Hello, and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. This is the dentist / optician episode. Ooh, yes. Hope you're well. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. So I need, before I continue, give me 2 seconds. No, yes. Give me 2 seconds. I have to do something. So I'd like to say, before I go on, first of all, if you've got any questions for Q&A Friday, this Friday, the 1st of May, please go to my Jason Newland's boring group, or you can email me or find another way to ask me a question, maybe on YouTube even. And also I'd like to say a big thank you to Mary, Lucas and Mary for your kind PayPal gifts. Thank you. I have decided to get rid of the store, at least temporarily, because I'm not getting any visitors really, and I don't think anyone wants to really. I'll get a few downloads, but hardly any visitors, so I'll just continue with my normal jasonnewland.com. And other than that, everything else is pretty much the same. I have a YouTube channel which you can actually, I probably listen to my recordings on my YouTube channel more than anyone else does. It's just handy. It's on the TV. I can just listen to the hypnosis stuff or the Let Me Bore You to Sleep stuff. All 6 recordings are uploaded as they are to my website automatically. 3 without music, 3 with music. Anything else? I've got a Facebook page or Facebook group called Jason Newland's Boring Group. And that's it. I think that's everything. Oh, I do also, every day I upload my video to, I download it from YouTube, then I upload it, which is my latest recording, to X, Instagram and TikTok. It's the first 59 minutes. So if it's a hypnosis recording, you might get the whole thing. If it's a Let Me Bore You to Sleep, it's unlikely you're going to get the whole recording. But it might be enough to send you bye-byes out of complete boredom. But I must admit, this is going to be probably the most exciting recording you've never heard about. So let's get on with it, shall we? Got so much to fit in. Maybe not. So, let me have a think. So today is Tuesday the 28th of April 2026. And I'm going to get rid of this MSN page because it's just bringing up loads of crap. It's just stories. Get rid of it. It's almost like a gossip page about celebrities that I have very little interest in. Okay, I have a little bit of interest in. I sometimes get interested. Sometimes it's like I'll meet the richest sons and daughters of Madonna, the 500 kids she's got or whatever, and I'm just like, okay, I'll get drawn into it. I'm thinking, well, unless they've inherited money, how have they got money? How are they rich? And then realise that one's a fashion designer, one's a musician, one's a photographer or whatever. So yeah. And they made it all on their own. So it's good. What was I going to talk about? Okay, so that... Yeah, I'm trying to think. Vinny's chewing on one of his chew things. There might be a dog in the background. Can he do anything about it? Wish I could, could, but I can't. I did manage to do a sleep recording today, earlier on, because I was waiting for... here's the latest update. Anyway, last Friday, I had the asbestos people come round to check my flat for asbestos, because there is going to be some building work done. And I'm due to have new radiators and a new kitchen. That was kind of why they were coming around. So they came around Friday, the asbestos man did. Make a bit more noise, please, Vinny. Thank you. And that all went okay. I mean, I was a little bit nervous having someone come in and all that stuff, just because, see, I'm not house proud. But it's part of the reason. It's not just laziness, but it hurts to bend over and picking stuff up and that, and things seem to end up on the floor. I'm not a hoarder or anything. It's not like that. But just so I've been tidying up over the last week since Friday, trying to get the place, or Thursday, trying to get the place a bit tidier. Just overdo a bit of a spring clean, as it were. And then today, the radiator man came just to check, really to see what was due. So he was due to come between 8 and 12. That was the time that he was booked in. That was the slot. And I'm waiting here. And I'm waiting here, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting, and I'm waiting. So I end up thinking to myself, because I've got the door open in the living room so I can hear the front door. So I can hear when he gets here. But unfortunately, Vinny was barking, and I had about 6 false alarms. You know, packages being delivered, perhaps people coming and going out of their flats, and he was just barking every time, which is why I have him in the living room most of the time. So in the end, I put him into the bedroom, thinking, well, I've only got about an hour left before the bloke turns up anyway, because this is probably about 11. I put Vinny in the bedroom, and he's as quiet as anything, doesn't make a sound. So I think, I could make a hypnosis recording now. So I did. And there was a little bit of barking. A little bit. But generally, I managed to avoid it, really. Which was nice. I did edit it. Did I edit it? I think I edited it. I think did it. Yeah. So I made it was quite a nice hypnosis recording. I actually listened to it myself this afternoon, and I fell straight asleep, like bang, gone. So it worked on me. It worked on me. It worked for me. We both came to a mutual decision to drift off. So that was nice. I mean, I did one yesterday as well, I do believe. Did I do one yesterday? Oh, I did. 27th of April. The quiet descent into sleep. Today was the gentle collapse of understanding. It's very, very artistic, don't you know? So I've done that. There wasn't enough time to do a Let Me Bore You to Sleep this morning. because I kind of felt as soon as I started the recording, I'd get a knock on the door. But luckily I didn't. But it wasn't a long recording. It's about a half hour, I think. Let's have a look. No, 23 minutes, 32 seconds. Probably about 35 minutes long when I did it, and then edited it down to 23 minutes. So the man turned up. He did what he needed to do, measured up and everything, and he said, yep, you're going to need all your radiators changed. And I got talking to him, and he's a really friendly bloke. We had a bit of a chat, a bit of a natter, and Vinny was following him all around until he said, oh, can I sit down on the sofa to do the order on his computer? And Vinny started jumping all over him, and at one point Vinny licked his screen on his tablet or whatever it was. So I put Vinny into the bedroom, and he said, don't worry. I said, no, he will not leave you alone the whole time you're sitting down, which is true. So I put him into the bedroom, had a chat with the bloke, and basically all they're waiting for now is the results of the asbestos survey. That's just to let them know what they need to do. They're still going to put in the radiators. It's just there's certain criteria or cautionary things they have to put into practice, depending on the level of asbestos. So I've definitely got new radiators coming. And he said that as soon as they've got the report, they'll be phoning me up to book a date in, and it'll only take about half a day. But it's for the 8. We're coming at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they should be done by about midnight. Midday. For some reason, I thought radiators would take forever, but I realise it's the radiators that they replace. It's not all. I don't think they replace all the tubing, all the pipes. And I thought the pipes would be part of the things that they would need to change. I might be wrong. And he said, apparently, when these buildings were built, I say buildings because it's like, this is connected to another building. It's a separate building, but it's connected, in a sense. But there's like a different stairways, a different entrance and everything. Communal entrance. And this was about late 70s, maybe early 80s, but about late 70s. And there was no central heating in there. I'm not sure quite what they had. And the heating was put in probably about 25 years ago. And maybe 30 years ago, but it's now defunct. It's time to change it. And he said my kitchen's probably been there probably about 16 years. Now I've lived here for 11 years now, and that kitchen looked worn out when I moved in. But it's that's the next thing. So as soon as the kitchen department of the same company that are doing the radiators, as soon as they get the asbestos report, they're going to be phoning me to come and have a look at the kitchen and organise for a time to come in and change the kitchen. That's a bigger job. That's like a week or so, maybe a little bit longer to get the kitchen done. So was it April, May? So by the end of the summer, I'm not in a rush anyway, but I reckon by the end of the summer I'll have new radiators and a new kitchen. Now, if only I can find a way to get a new bathroom, I will literally have a new flat, won't I? That will spur me on to decorate the living room and the bedroom and the hallway. The hallway's very dark anyway. So maybe I get some ultraviolet paint or something. You know, that really green, sickly stuff. But it's also going to cost me money because, firstly, I'm getting to the point where I'm going to need to get a new washing machine. And secondly, I'm going to need to get a fridge freezer, like a tall one, to put into the kitchen when it's put in. So at the moment, I've got a freezer underneath the kitchen top and a fridge on top. And they're not really good. It's not going to do any good because I need to have a proper fridge freezer. It's just, the council did say after a year of living here, I could ask for permission to cut part of the top off. But I just never got around to it, to be honest. And I've also got a small freezer, a chest freezer, and the one with the lid. You know, you put the lids at the top, not rather than at the front or at the bottom. What I'm thinking of doing is, when the electricians come here to do the kitchen, ask if they'd be willing to put a plug into the storage room. If I chuck them a few quid to do that, because then I can put the freezer into the storage room, and maybe even get a condenser or tumble dryer and put that in the storage room as well. I don't know, because the condensers, they don't cause damp because they've got the water goes into the drum. So they, yeah. I've got to make sure I don't do anything that causes damp, because some of the other flats have mould and damp. I don't. I'm very fortunate for that one, and I don't intend to be getting it, because that's one of the only reasons I got this flat. It's because my other place was so mouldy. So I managed to get put up to the top of the list, well, near the top of the list, as well as, you know, other things going on. So it's quite good news, really, isn't it? A new kitchen, new radiators, and I do need a new carpet. My carpet is absolutely derelict. Right, I just needed to close the window. And the window wasn't open wide, but just on the latch, you know. And pull the curtains closed to try and drown out the dog. What was I saying? I've lost my track of thought. And that never happens. Never, ever. I was talking about Madonna's children? No. Oh, kitchen. Stuff I need to get. Oh, my carpet. If you saw my carpet in an outside shed in the garden, once you'd been in that shed, when you got outside, you would wipe your feet. Honestly, my carpet's that rubbish. It's just, it was rubbish to start with. It was really thin and cheap, but at the same time, it was still expensive. It still cost like £600 at the time for the flat, so it wasn't cheap. Now we've got a moped coming up. We've got everything happening. Just nothing but noise. Nothing but noise. Yesterday was weird, right? Okay, let's start off. It was almost a competition between me and my neighbour about who had the strangest day. Because when I got back, I went and had a cup of tea with her. And I was telling her about my day. and because she looked after Vinny while I was out, she was telling me about her day. So basically she just had a hectic day with the benefits office, and they'd basically reduced her money by about £170 a month, which is just, it's just like, doesn't know what she's going to do. But I was still thinking, yeah, okay, long term that's worse, but my days were been worse. And then she calls me up a couple of hours later after I left to say that her son had just been in a car accident, or a motorbike accident, and was in hospital. She's phoning from the hospital. I was like, okay. And I started thinking, well, her day's been worse. Then I thought, no, her son's day's been worse. I mean, he's broken, I think, 3 bones, and he's out of hospital now. They don't keep people in hospital, do they, unless they have to? But yeah, man. The thing is, she was saying that he's obviously he's not a happy bunny, which he wouldn't be, but ultimately, this is something that he's going to be bragging about in a few weeks' time, or a few months' time. This is a story that he's going to enjoy telling people, because he's 17. This is, this big crash he had and all of the drama that came with it. So I tried to remind her of that. And she said, "Oh, true," because it is. It's what you do, isn't it? It's like I'd still be talking about it now. But he's okay. He's just in pain, which he would be. The weird thing about it is, it just got the wheel fixed so he could start a new job on Monday, which was yesterday. So not only is, I'm pretty sure, the wheel not fixed anymore, so his motorbike's going to be out of action. Also, he won't be able to go back to work for a minimum of probably 2 months, if that, because the job's working on the roofing. So you need to be at full level of strength and everything, don't you, to be doing a job like that. So, yeah, man. I offered to go and visit, but I couldn't get up there to the hospital. But I had an early night, and I've seen his mum today, and she's just looking after him. And it's ironically, apparently his ex-girlfriend's mum was driving past while he was laying in the road, and she got out to see if he was okay. Well, obviously he wasn't okay, but the ambulance was there and everything. And then she went and got her daughter, and it looks like love might be reuniting again, or ignited again between the two of them. So hey, I don't know. I partially made that bit up, the love bit, but it does seem like something that would do it, If you still got feelings for someone and you see them, either see them after having a crash, and also on the other side, you see someone that you still got feelings for, and your life's just gone through, you literally potentially escaped a serious situation. So yeah, wedding bells. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You're the one that I want for. Ooh, ooh, ooh. So yeah, my day started at about 2:30 in the morning. Now, I'm now going to bed earlier and waking up earlier, but it kind of suits me in a way, and I'll tell you why. I will. It suits me because I like early mornings. I like being awake during the night. But this is different from being up all night and then go to bed during the day. I'm going to bed at, 8 in the evening. 8 or 9. And after being up, and I also have a couple of naps, listen to his hypnosis recording, and I fall asleep for a couple of hours, and that suits me. That's kind of my kind of like level of sleep is what I do. Not because I can't sleep. I find it very easy to sleep. I'm lucky like that, I guess. I can sleep during the daytime. I can sleep if there's people, if there's the lawn's being mowed. It doesn't affect me. The only thing that stops me from sleeping is him barking. Even other dogs barking in the background, it's not so bad, but him, he's so high pitched and it's right in my earlobe. So, generally he doesn't do it too often, but occasionally he does wake me up. But he's a good boy. Although he hasn't eaten his dinner again. No. So, I woke up yesterday. I woke up in the morning. Another good thing about waking up early is I can get a chance to watch the boxing in America at the weekend. Because I don't know why, but sometimes the app, especially on DAZN, the app is a little bit messy. And I go on there and it will say I want to start from the beginning, and sometimes it will kick right into the end where it's already playing, and it'll be halfway through the last fight, which is going to ruin it for me, especially if it's like if I'm coming on there just as someone's being knocked out or something. So I like to watch it from the beginning and then just fast forward it to the point where eventually I'm caught up. So I watch a fight, fast forward it to the next fight, and so on, instead of that big lag of waiting around for the next one to start with all the chitter chatter and adverts and all that stuff. And on ring walks, I can't be bothered with ring walks anymore. Just get in. I want him I prefer it, do you ever see in pantomime or on a stage where the actor just pops up off the stage, onto the stage, like from a lift or something, or a spring? That's what I want with the boxers. Just for them just to pop up in the ring. Or climb up on a ladder, I don't care, but just less of the fanfare. Just get in there and get on with it. I'd ruin it, wouldn't it, probably? I tell you who the best boxing promoters or putter-oners, I don't know what you want to call them, that they put on a good show. The best show, I think, would be the Misfits. Not it's because they're not the best show. I mean, it's not the best boxing. It's not the best boxers necessarily. It's just so much more fun. You've got all these YouTube influencers or whatever, and personalities and people off, I guess, TikTok or all these, and they're just having fun. They're not taking themselves seriously and talking about it like it's, it's fun. I like that about it. I like my boxing to be fun, basically. And I know it's a serious business and everything, but sometimes the ring walks go on forever and ever and ever, and there's someone rapping, and you can't hear what the rapper's saying anyway, because the crowd's screaming with excitement, all like, they're jumping up and down, lactating everywhere. I guess it's an exciting environment. Although, I had a friend who was at, I think it was Tyson Fury against Dillian White, and he was at Wembley, and he was right at the back, and he showed a picture. He took a picture and sent it to me, and honestly, he said it's worth it for the atmosphere, which I'll take his word for it, and I'll believe him, So I've been told that the atmosphere in those places is just amazing. I've never experienced it. The ring was so far away. Even the huge screens that was showing the fight was so far away. It was like trying to watch... It would have been like trying to watch it on someone else's mobile phone from, I don't know, like 30 foot away. It was just, it wouldn't suit me. I'd probably have to have it on DAZN, watching it live on my phone while I was watching it, and that defeats the object. I do believe that's one of the things. If I was wealthy, one of the things I would do for myself is go to the boxing, the big fights, and get maybe not ringside tickets, but at least like near the ring. Ideally, hopefully not behind someone wearing a big cowboy hat, because that's just wrong. What's wrong with cowboy hats? Cowboy hats are good. They might be good, but if you're going to be wearing a big, massive hat and there's people behind you, it's not good for them, is it? I mean, they had the Sheikh from Dubai, Abu Dhabi Sheikh, I forget his name, but he's put on a lot of massive boxing shows over the last few years. And he was sitting there next to one of the Rolling Stones watching the fight in the front row. I think it's Ronnie Wood. And during the main fight, at a crucial point, this bloke walked up to the Sheikh and bent over, but he was like pretty much stuck his bum in Ronnie Wood's face. He didn't complain, and he stood there for about 2 or 3 minutes, and Ronnie was trying to like look around. I think he was like, oh, what do I want to do? Do I want to sniff this, or do I want to watch the boxing? He was conflicted, but he couldn't. He was trying to see around, and I don't know. It's just like that would annoy me if someone's in the way. And as a not such a tall person that I am, or not, whichever way you want to look at it, I think there should be a hierarchy when it comes to seating arrangements. See, if the seating's at the same level, then shortest people should get priority to sit at the front, and tall people should have to sit at the back. If it's like a lot of cinemas and theatres, they do go up, don't they? But everyone should be measured for an individual seat, and you should find out no headgear, no hats, no hoodies, none of that stuff that's going to kind of be sticking up. No big hairstyles. I saw someone with a really big hair, like, what are you doing? I mean, if I was behind them, I'd have to just part their hair and pull their hair to the side so I can watch the boxing, and that might not go down very well. Possibly. Can you imagine spending a lot of money to go and see your favourite? It doesn't matter what it is. If it's your favourite singer, you say your favourite theatre play, whether it's whatever it is, you've looked forward to going to see this for ages, maybe, and it's something you really, really looked forward to for years. Maybe being on a waiting list to see an opera star, or to see like an award-winning play, and there's been a waiting list of like 3 years because you're happy to wait that long. Cheers, Vinny. Flap your ears a bit more, please. Thank you very much. And then you sit down and in front of you is this massive person, or worse, two massive people sitting on the top of each other. No, two massive people with hats. And you can hear everything, but you can't see nothing. And you have to wait and hope that they keep like parting away so you can look in between them. Or if they lift their hands so you can look under their armpit and look through that way. No. That's why I think having a box is good. Because the idea of people being on a balcony as cheap seats, they're the best seats. Not if you're in a stadium and if you're watching football, yeah, but not if you're watching someone and you can't even see their face. But I've sat in a box a few times over the years, watching in a theatre. It's the best place because there's no one in front of you. Well, there's everyone's in front of you, but they're down low, aren't they? And if you're lucky, there's no one behind you either, depending kind of where the seats are. So I went to a, what do you call it? You know, just for Christmas, not cabaret, pantomime. Went to a pantomime with a girlfriend that I had once. I once had a girlfriend. She let me kiss her on the cheek. She did. It was 2005. And she had a kid, so we went to pantomime. And I loved it. Absolutely loved it. He's behind you. She's behind you. I was told to shut up. He's like, you only say that when there's someone behind them. Okay, fair enough. Blimey, didn't know there was rules. And please put some trousers on. So I got up yesterday. And I knew I had to get ready. I was like, oh, what am I going to do? I looked for the bus timetable, couldn't find any buses that were going to go that way to be there on time. The appointment for the dentist was 20 minutes past 10 in the morning. And the night before, what I did, knowing that the closer I was getting to the appointment, the more unlikely I was going to actually turn up. Because I just didn't want to go. Simple as that, really. And eventually, if you're hungry, go and eat your dinner, Vinny. If you're hungry, eat your din-dins. It's not that complicated, really. You just go yum 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 yum, and you chew it and you swallow it. It's easy. You've eaten before. Yes, you have. You don't have any problems with treats, do you? No. Yeah, so what I did Sunday night, about 8 o'clock, I phoned up the taxi firm and said, they answered. I said, hi, is that the taxi firm? And they said, yeah. I said, can I please order a taxi, please? And they said, okay. Where to? I said, well, it's tomorrow. They said, where to? I said, well, it's going to be to the dentist. And they said, when is it? I said, tomorrow. And what time? I said, well, 9:30, please. Because I thought 50 minutes is plenty of time. It's a 10-minute journey. Well, maybe 15-minute journey, really. 20 minutes. I don't know. It's not a long journey. And I said, okay, 9:30, please. Now, I didn't think that I'd be able to get a taxi any earlier than that, because that's when the school kids are travelling, and most of the taxis seem to be full or booked for the school pickup time. So I wasn't even sure I'd be able to get one at 9:30, but I did. And he said, going where? I said, I told you, it's to the dentist. He said, there's more than one dentist in town. I said, I didn't say I was going to a dentist in this town. He said, are you going to a dentist in this town? And I said, what do you stutter? He said, I've got a stutter. You got an issue with that? I said, no, I'm sorry. He said, are you going to a dentist in this town? And I said, yes. So why are you making it difficult? I said, I'm not. I'm just trying to answer your questions. I tried to tell you I was going to a dentist, and you cut me off saying, when is it? When is it? Yeah. He said, well, we do need to know when the journeys are. I said, okay, fair enough. And he said, which dentist? And I told him what street it was in. And he said, okay, and are you travelling from where? And I said, well, from my home. He said, where's your home? And I said, have you not got it on your system? I said, he said, oh, okay. He said, is it number whatever? And I said, yeah, because I've used them a lot over the time, especially last summer. Blimey, they all knew me by name. And then he said, oh, can I take your name? Obviously, he didn't know me by name, but the taxi drivers did. And I said, yes, it's Jason Newland. And he said, oh, Jason Newland? And I said, yes. He said, are you sure it's not Newland? I said, no, it's Newland. He said, okay. He says, all booked. I'll be there for you 9:30 in the morning. I said, thank you. He said, thank you. I said, thank you. He said, thank you. And I said, thank you. And he hung up. But then, the closer I got to Monday morning, the less interested I was in going. But because I'd ordered a taxi, almost felt that pushed me to get ready. And I was going to take Vinny around to be looked after at 9 a.m. But I phoned her up at 8:30 a.m. and said, is it okay if I bring him round now? And she said, why? So I said, well, she said, yes, but why? Why have you changed the time? And I said, look, if I don't get up now, because I'm comfortable right now, I'm sitting on the settee watching TV, I don't want to get up. And if I don't get up, I probably won't get up. But if I get up now at 8:30, bring him to you, then maybe have a cup of tea or whatever, and then I will have half an hour to get ready, and I'll be up and out. And she said, oh, that's a good idea. I said, I know. She said, why can't you just accept compliments without kind of having to comment? And I said, what about you? Why can't you? She says, I don't. I said, neither do I. And she said, are you going to bring him round? I said, yeah, I am. She said, you do realise I'm doing you a favour? I said, well, I don't know. I'm doing you a favour. I'm letting you spend time with Vinny. And she said, yeah, but I've got other things to do. It's not like I'm, just here to babysit. I said, well, what else you got to do? Apparently that's not a good thing to say to someone. Like, don't assume that I've got nothing else to do. I didn't listen to the rest of it. But, yeah, I took him round, and he was happy to be there and everything. She was happy because her son had gone to work, because he had the new wheel on the bike, and he'd gone to work, she was happy about that and everything. Obviously, we know what happened later. And I came back, got ready. The taxi was early. Now, if a taxi gets there early, let's say it got there at 9:20, and I don't come out till 9:30 when I booked it, are they going to charge me waiting time? I think that's quite a good question. Oh, blimey, it reminds me, I got a taxi to collect something from I think it's from my my meds, my medication. Got a taxi there, and so I'm going to get a taxi back. So I just stayed in the same taxi. Got out the taxi. I didn't realise he drove off because they're not supposed to park, and then he kind of drove back. I got my prescription, come out of the pharmacist, cross the road to get to a taxi, open the door, and realise it's the wrong car. It's a taxi, but it's not my taxi. And he looked at me, and the thing is, I'll be honest, I hadn't looked at my taxi driver, so I didn't even realise until a bloke said, "What are you doing?" I said, "What do you mean?" He said, what are you getting into my taxi for?" I said, "Because I'm going home now." He said, "No, I'm not here for you. I'm here." And another lady came up and said, "Are you my taxi?" And he said, "Yeah." And then I realised, oh, it's not my taxi. I just apologised, said, "Oops." My taxi driver was hidden round a corner, down like a little alleyway. I said, "Why did you hide from me?" He said, "Well, I get paid extra for waiting time, don't I? So the longer it takes for you to find me, the more I get paid." We did have a little giggle, but it's just like, yeah, but, you know, you're also being honest, and it's nice that you're honest, but it's a bit out of order. And he said, "You know what's out of order?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "My mobile phone." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, I didn't pay the bill." I was like, God. I said, "Is that true?" He said, "No, but I just wanted to lighten the mood. I wanted to make you laugh." "Why is that?" He said, "It's been my ambition for quite a long time to make you laugh." I said, "How long?" "Well, since you got into the taxi, really. I just thought you could do with a good laugh." Okay, fair enough. But anyway, see, yesterday I get into the taxi. Oh, I get dressed up. I'm not wearing my normal rubbish clothes that I wear when I take him for a walk. I haven't got my jumper on, I haven't got a coat on. So I put on my big boots, which are okay, they're probably not trendy, but they're okay. I don't normally wear them. And some tracksuit bottoms that are thin and make my legs, well, don't make my legs look fat, because I've got quite slim legs, believe it or not. Why would you believe or not believe you? No one knows what I look like today. I post a picture of like this old man, this old balding man with a pink face. That's not me. I'm blonde. I'm like 6'6". Honestly, it's always perfection if you look at me, but that would put people off. I think it's nice to, cause I did an AI video, image of myself, so I put that on there, and I made some videos with that as well, just because I think that makes people feel a bit more relaxed, feeling that they're dealing with just a normal looking human, as opposed to the spectacular, what the heck am I talking about? Absolute rubbish. So, all the single ladies, 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 you know what to do. All the single ladies, all the single ladies. I don't know the words to that song. Beyonce, it was All the Single Ladies, wasn't it? Is that the one where she dances? I think it is. Wow, that's about 2003, 2002. Long time. So, I also wear this top, like a t-shirt top. It's a t-shirt, but it's not, if you know what I mean. It's not like thin, but I wore that and my tracksuit bottoms. Now, I don't know how big my bum is because I can't see it. But and I had a carrier bag as well because I had my water and stuff in there. And I don't know if that ruins the effect of looking groovy, by carrying a carrier bag, a supermarket carrier bag, Iceland one, I think. So I get in the taxi, we go there, there's not a lot of conversation. I'm a bit tired, he's a bit tired, we're both falling asleep. You know, it's a strange journey. And we get to where we're going, and Vinny's just staring at me again. I wish you'd stop, mate. It's annoying. He's looking at me with his big brown eyes, like, oh, what is it you want, Vin? What is it you want, Mum, monkey head? Mum, monkey head. Mum, monkey head. What do you want? What do you want? So then we got there. I was there early, so I had to kind of wander around. And then when it was time to go into the dentist, I walked in. I swear this place looked closed. There was no shop front. There was no one there to greet me. I walk up these steep stairs. There was another entrance with a lift, but I didn't need the lift, so I just walked up the stairs. And there's two doors. One that were basically both blackened out, and one had a keypad on. You know that you push the number in to open. So I figured it's locked. So I'm knocking on the doors, knocking on both doors, no answer. In the end, I try both doors. One door's locked and the other's open, like it opens. So there's all these people sitting there, including the receptionist. No one answered the door. I was knocking on it. No one came over to see, you know. There's literally no way of knowing that place was open or what it was. And I said to them, you know, this place looks closed. It looks like that door's locked, because you couldn't even see through it. And there was a bell, which I pressed. And no one heard the bell. Well, they did. They just found it funny that I wasn't, you know, that I was out there. Really bad. I wasn't pleased with this. I thought, I tried to let them know, but they weren't interested. The receptionist didn't seem to care, and it's like, going there for the first time, I nearly left, not knowing, you know. So I went up to the receptionist. That's the first thing I said to her. So just like, this place, you need to do something about this place. It's like, people are not going to come in thinking it's closed. So she took my name and she said, oh, you're in the wrong place, which I was. I'm not going to do a joke saying this is the butcher's or anything like that, but this is a funeral home. No, it was the same place, but they got two different shops or two different dentistries within the same bit of town. So I walk up the road to the next place. This place is a shop. It's got a shop front. And you go through, you sit down. It looks a bit like a pharmacy, really, and then you go into the back and the dentists are in there. Much nicer. You can see it's open, just walk in. There was 3 members of staff sitting down behind the counter, or 2, but there was one standing there moaning about something. And I went in there and sat down for a bit, went and saw the dentist. Dentist was lovely. I was pleased that at least I could see it was a proper dentist, and I didn't have to walk up any stairs, because I don't know, it hurts my back a little bit, but yeah. Anyway, I was pleasantly surprised with the dentist, because it's an NHS dentist, and when they said, oh, we have room for new NHS customers, which is National Health Service, rather than private, which is very expensive. When they said that they had a new dentist, I was a little bit concerned that it was going to be, I don't know why, just not a very good dentist. There's no real reason for that. I just thought, well, if they've got spaces then people maybe don't want to go to that dentist. But that's not, I don't think that's the case, because actually she was really lovely. And all the staff workers, they all came around just to laugh at me, really, just sat around watching me. And I did here's something that she put some glasses on me. I don't think they did that with the last one a couple of weeks ago. But she kind of looked at my teeth, looked at all of them, read all out. You know, they do, like, left 4, 5, 6, whatever, and just, like, read it out for someone, the assistant, to sort of be writing down stuff, or typing down, I guess, where my teeth are and how many's left and where they are, where they're situated. And she said, which tooth was it that you told you needed to have extracted? And I said, it's that one. She said, which one? She said, that one. I said, well, she said, I can't really see if you just point to your face. She said, if you can kind of open your mouth a little bit. And I said, okay. And she said, oh, that one, okay. It's a wisdom tooth. I said, are you sure? She said, what do you mean? I said, well, you obviously don't know me. I ain't that much wisdom in me. I don't think there's been a drop of wisdom in me my whole life. She didn't laugh. And she said, okay, well, we need to do x-rays. Now, I was surprised. She did 3 different x-rays. One where she had me, like, looking to the side, then to the side again, to the side, and then another one on the right-hand side, no, left-hand side first, right-hand side, and then right at the back of my mouth. That was not a good one. And I had to use all my relaxing skills to get through that one. I basically got this little it's not a special technique. It's not even original. But what I do is I count down from 20. And I do it slowly, but I focus on the numbers that I'm counting down on. And the discomfort of this thing in my mouth, it became less and less as I counted down. And then the x-ray was done. So, she said, well, yeah, you do need to have that tooth out. You also need 2 fillings on other teeth. I said, oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. Otherwise, I thought you were going to do the fillings in the tooth you're taking out, because that would be a bit pointless. She didn't laugh. And I said, okay, so I was hopeful when I said this, like, please be right. And I said, you haven't got time to do it today, have you? She said, no, you're going to have to come back in a week or so, and we can do it then. But this was after she initially said, before the x-ray, that I might have to go to hospital and have it done, because of it being where it is and being near a nerve. If it's near a nerve. But after the x-ray, she said it wasn't close enough to a nerve to really be a problem. And I said, okay, so that was good. And I think that was it. I did say, do I get a lollipop? And she didn't even, she didn't laugh at that either. Because there was a time when children would go to the dentist and they would be given a lollipop as a treat for doing so well, for being a big boy or a big girl. Which seems a bit weird, to give a child something full of sugar when they've just been to the dentist. But technically, a little kid hasn't really got to worry too much about their teeth, because they're all first milk teeth, aren't they? And they're going to come out anyway. Technically, doesn't really. I mean, you know, they don't encourage it, but all the milk teeth have to come out for the normal teeth to come out, because we are a bit like alligators, really, except we only get 2 sets of teeth. Did the second teeth push the first teeth out? I can't remember. I used to love having wiggly teeth. Wiggly, wobbly, whatever you want to call it. Oh, it was lovely. But yeah, so I kind of just left there. I felt that I made a good impression with the dentist, and I kind of felt that she'd fallen in love with me, but I wasn't sure. So I then left. Bloody motorbike out there. I then left, and they said I'll make an appointment in a week. I then went down to the reception and I said, have you got an appointment, please? I have to have a 40-minute appointment because I've got to have a tooth out and 2 fillings. And she looked at me saying, you don't need to tell us like what you need to do, just the 40 minutes is enough information. I said, but I want you to feel sorry for me and maybe give me a cuddle. And she said, no, that is actually not how things work anymore in this day and age. And we might have to ban you from the premises. I said, no, I didn't do anything. I was joking. She didn't laugh. So yeah, things went a bit weird. But I felt a little bit, felt like a bit of piece of meat, really. The way they just like all stood and stared at me while I was having my teeth looked at. I walked in there and I could feel the tension, like all these women getting excited. I can't even say that without laughing. That's ridiculous. That's got to be the silliest thing I've said for a long time. Anyway, the receptionist said, "Yeah, we've got one on the 5th of May." I said the 5th of May. She said, "No, the 5th of May." And I said, "Okay." And I said, "Wait a minute, when is that?" She said, it's Tuesday, next Tuesday. I said, no. Have you got one further away? She said, why? I said, I'm scared. She said, oh, okay. I said, I need at least a week of freedom before, so I don't have to think about it and then go, at least in a week afterwards. So I got an appointment the week after. I don't know what day it is, Monday or Tuesday. And that was the first part of the day over. That was the part that I thought was going to be the most difficult, and it was the least difficult. As far apart from the X-ray at the back of my mouth, that was the bit I didn't enjoy. But other than that, the whole thing was kind of, pretty much splendid. And I think at the dentist, I think I made a friend for life there, so that was good. But I had an appointment with the opticians booked for 1:30, and I had absolutely hours to wait. So I went in there and said, is there any chance of getting a sooner appointment? Because I haven't really organised the day particularly splendidly. And she said that's a bit of a strange way to put it, but no, we haven't got any. Then she said, wait a minute, because she said, well, we haven't got any cancellations, but maybe we can fit you in at 12:45. And I thought, well, anything's better than 1:30. Well, apart from 2:30, obviously that'd be worse. But she said 12:45. I said, oh, that's splendid. And I realised I'm using the word splendid a lot today, and I didn't know why. And she said, she mentioned it. He said, you had to use the word splendid. Have you been using it anywhere else? And I said, at the dentist. She said, oh. I said, what do you mean? She said, yeah, there's something weird about that dentist. I said, what? I mean, how do you know? You don't even know which dentist I've been to. She said it's the one with the big stairs and you can't get in and you think it's locked, but actually it's open. And you knock and there's people in there, but they don't answer the door. I said, well, no, but I do know the one you mean. Well, if it's not the one, how do you know what one I mean? I said, because I went to the wrong one to start with. She said, a lot of people do that. I said, do they? She said, I don't know. Well, why did you say it then? She said, to be honest with you, I'm very bored. And I've got to stand here for the next 2 hours till my lunch break. And I just assumed just listen to you talking rubbish for the next 10, 20 minutes if it kind of brings me closer to my lunch, you know what I mean? I said, yeah, I do, but I don't think we were talking rubbish. She said, yeah, I think we were. I said, we were? She said, yeah, I'll take responsibility, we both were. I said, okay, fair enough. I thought it was a serious conversation. I thought she was chatting me up, but apparently not. My emotions go everywhere, like I keep falling in love and just being let down, which I shouldn't have told her. She said, well, you'll just come in to get your eyes tested. Why do you assume that everyone's in love with you? I said, just past experience. She said, past experience or past fantasies? I said, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter which. And she said, well, if you want... Anyway, so I just went for a walk because I had a bit of time to kill. I think this was about 11 o'clock at night, in the morning. So I had a fair amount of time to kind of get through. So what I did is I went for a walk around... I went for a walk around the park where the castle is. There's a castle, and just walked around. Can't go in the castle because it costs money. Just had a little really slow ponder around. Not the whole of the park because that would take... It was quite a big park, but just around the main, the popular part. And I really took my time, had a little sit down, found a bit of sheltered space, had a little sit down, and then walked up and thought, I know what I'll do, because I had enough money to get a few little bits of groceries, because I normally get all my deliveries, or everything delivered. So I haven't been in a supermarket to buy any kind of like grocery stuff. Actually, that's not true. In July last year, I did once buy a few little bits on the way home from the hospital. Because when I got a bus, so that was only one time. But other than that, yeah, I haven't for years and years. And I went into Sainsbury's, a place that I used to go into really regularly, like nearly every day, when I lived near the town. Especially when I was at university, I would buy stuff, on the way home. Not every day, but I'd be in there quite a few times a week, just getting bread and milk and stuff like that. So I went into the same... It's like a small Sainsbury's. It's not tiny, but it's not like a huge Sainsbury's. Went in there. I couldn't find any baskets. Loads of trolleys. I don't want a trolley. I wanted a basket. I wasn't going to buy a lot. It was literally just... What did I end up buying? I bought a packet of sausage rolls. I bought 2 pints of milk, or 1 litre of milk, semi-skimmed. I bought some muesli, Alpen original, and I bought some cookies, non-chocolate, like oatmeal cookies, but the Sainsbury's home brand. So they were yummy. And the reason I bought them is because I hadn't eaten since the morning. I hadn't been to the toilet. I hadn't done anything since I left my flat. And the last time I ate was about 8 o'clock. And I didn't get home till, I think it was 3, half 3, 4, something like that. It was a long day. It was a 7-hour day. So from the time I left till the time I got back, it was 7 hours. So that's half 3, isn't it? Half 8, half 9 to half 3. Half 4? I don't know. Anyway, I went and got a few little bits in Sainsbury's. So I'm walking around towards I'm looking for the cereal aisle, because I've got everything else. Although I did get a jumbo sausage, thinking, I thought they'd have packs of sausages. And I went around a corner and they did have packs of sausages. So I got those, because there's 2 to choose from, really. It was like Sainsbury's home brand, but normal, and the ones that were like really cheap. I'd go for the normal ones. And I went and took the jumbo sausage back, because I wanted more than one sausage roll. And then I was looking for the breakfast cereal. I was like, where's it gone? Because it's been years since I was in there, in that particular store. I couldn't even tell you how long it's been. Years anyway, years and years. And so I'm looking for the breakfast cereal. I see the muesli, so obviously I get a bit excited. I don't dance because, I've learned not to do that in public. And then I hear shouting. And there's a bloke shouting, threatening another man. I didn't know it was a man, but so I looked around the corner to see what's happening. It was a huge man, about 6'7", really tall, having a go at somebody who was probably my height, possibly same age, maybe a little bit older, having a go at him for being in his way, or he's saying, you walked into me, when actually I spoke to the bloke afterwards and he said no, he just literally stopped in front of me and wouldn't move. So, and anyway, he was being very, very aggressive to him. And he was threatening him, and then he walked away. So I walked over to the bloke to see if he was okay. And he said, yeah, that little man just wouldn't get out of my way. No, I spoke to the other one. I didn't speak to the bully. I said, how funny would that be? Well, it's not funny, but it's silly. Silly. So I went over to the bloke he was little, but we were all little compared to this bloke. And I said, are you okay? He said, yeah. I said, he wasn't. He was in shock. He kind of he was kind of stuck to the spot a little bit, which is understandable. So I thought I'd better give him a kiss of life. And he said, no, stop. I said, well, it's okay. I'll be gentle. And he said, no, this is weird. Why are your stories always got kissing and cuddling in? It's weird. Holding hands with complete strangers and everyone wants to fall in love with you. That's a weird way to talk about strangers. And I said, look, it's just, I don't know. I thought maybe, he said, are you sure maybe you need to get yourself a girlfriend? I feel you're lonely. I said, no, I'm not lonely. I like helping people. And he said, how's that helping me? Kissing me? I said, I didn't kiss you. It's the breath of life. It's a different thing. He said, but not on the floor, am I? I'm breathing. I said, I didn't know you were breathing. You look like a statue. Which he did, to be honest. He just stuck to the spot. And And he said, I'm not stuck to the spot, I'm just not moving. There's a difference. Look, and he moved his legs. He said, look, if I was stuck to the spot, I wouldn't be able to move my legs like this. He did the splits. I couldn't believe it. I said, what are you doing? He said, I used to be a gymnast. I said, okay. And he said, look, I can do the splits. I said, yeah, I can see that. He said, the only problem is, I said, what? I can't get up again. So I had to help him up. And I was saying, look, you're the one who didn't want physical contact. In the end, I had to help you up. And he said, there's a difference between helping someone up who's just done the splits to show off and get stuck, to trying to give them, to kiss them. And I said, it wasn't kissing. It was a kiss of life. It's a different thing. It's a different thing. He said, you can repeat it all you like, but it's not going to make it sound any better, really. And I said, I'm not trying to make it sound better. Then I realised I was. And then I said to him this, I said, look, none of this even happened, so why I'm not going to let you have a go at me for stuff that didn't even happen. He said, that is a good point, but why do you keep mentioning it? I said, I don't keep mentioning it. It's only during this story that I'm talking about it. He said, okay, so let me guess. You telling me that you haven't mentioned not having any trousers on? I said, not once have I mentioned not having any trousers on. So you're telling me, during this recording, not once has someone said to you, please put your trousers on? Not... Oh. Okay, the pantomime. Yeah, the pantomime. Which would not be a good... You're on a date with your girlfriend and she's got a kid with her and you're watching a children's pantomime. That's not the ideal place to be sitting there without your trousers on, is it? I said, but it's not real though, is it? It's just a joke. It's just me messing around, and it's an ongoing theme of me not wearing trousers. He said, yeah, but you'd get arrested, wouldn't you, if it was real? Which means there's nothing humorous about it. It's a very, 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 very serious thing. I said, sorry, Dad. He said, good. Don't let it happen again. Now, what really happened is, the actual real thing is the bloke was, like, being horrible to him. I went over to the bloke, and he was in shock, and I said, are you okay? To start with, he didn't even, like, acknowledge me. I didn't know if he might have thought I was with the bloke, you know, like, oh, God, not him now. And he said, oh, what? I said, are you okay? He said, and I said, look, it's fine, you're okay now. Ain't nothing going to happen to you. And I just checked he was all right. And he said he's fine. And I went back to round the corner where the cereal is, and this tall bloke's looking at me. He must have heard what I said to him, because there was silence. I think the whole supermarket just stopped and was listening, because this bloke was shouting before. So I think all activity ceased. Even the fridges turned themselves off temporarily. And I carry on doing some shopping, and I just keep an eye on the bloke, the smaller bloke, just to make sure he's okay. And I pay for my stuff. And then as I leave, he's coming out kind of the same, sort of just behind me, and he comes up and says thank you to me. I said, don't worry. I said, have you seen the bloke? He said, yeah, he's followed me out. And I said, don't worry, as long as you're with me, you'll be fine. And then I said, look over there. And I pushed him and I ran off. So hopefully he's okay. No, I just said, you'll be fine. And we walked together. I said, where are you going? He said, I'm turning left. So I said, okay, I'll come with you. And the bloke just went, he left. The other bloke just didn't follow us and went. And I just said, look, you can be fine. Just these people, they're around, unfortunately. But then he just said thank you, and he walked to the end of the road. And I tried to hold his hand, but that was just because we were crossing the road. That's a safety thing, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? I didn't. I did have someone do that to me once. a friend of mine, she got married. We used to date, but she got married. I've known her forever, since I was 17. And it's so funny because we're walking down the street. I feel we might have been in the supermarket, actually. And we've just been friends. I haven't seen her for ages now, but we've been, for the last 20 odd years, 25 years, 30 years, it's just been friendship. And she put her hand down, she held my hand. And we just both started laughing. It was so silly and so funny the way she did it. Because, there's nothing going on between us. But it's just the way it was done. It had to be there, I guess. We don't have to be there. I mean, to be fair, if you got access to a time machine, you'd be wasting your time going back to that moment, wouldn't you? Of all the things you could do with a time machine. Can you imagine going back to see that me with that lady and her holding my hand, and then getting told that was your one trip on the time machine? You don't get any more trips. And you wasted it on that. No. So here's the... that was a bit eventful, and I'm like... I'm feeling okay about myself because I potentially got in the way of something, maybe, I don't know. But this, I think I calmed him down anyway, the bloke that was being picked on, and that felt nice, just because I'm more able to defend someone else than sometimes myself. If someone else is being picked on, I'm a different person to what I am normally. And I don't need to be in a, for me to get into a state of mind of getting into an argument with someone or whatever, I need to be in a certain mood. But when somebody else is being picked on, I switch to that straight away, instantly. There's no mood involved. It's just, it switches and I'm there. But if I was in that situation, that bloke was having a go at me, I may well have been depending on what mood I was in, I might have cowered down. I might have said sorry to the bloke, or I might have gone a different way. But it would depend on what mood I was in. But seeing someone else from the outside, there's no dependent upon mood. It's just, I don't know why. I seem to value other people more than myself, which is kind of weird. It shouldn't be like that. Oh, I've got good goosebumps. It's a bit cold in here. I don't mind. So then I trot off to the old Opticians. I'm early. I'm pretty much a half hour early. So I go and sit down. They said, if you walk up there, you can go and sit down. Or if you want to have a look at some lenses, look at some glasses. So I did, and then I kind of got a bit bored there. So if you want to go and sit down, going to walk around, and literally, I think everyone but one seat is took. All these people were sort of sitting together. So I walked further down, pretty much in the hearing aid department, and sat down on one of them seats. And I don't know. I mean, I sat down. No one seemed to notice me. At least they didn't seem to hear me. So that was terrible. Sorry. So I've actually had a hearing test there once before, because I miss things. When I'm watching TV or watching a movie, I miss parts of what's being said. Yeah, I had a hearing test a couple of years ago, and they said my hearing was fine. Fine. Absolutely fine. So, yeah. Weird. I mean, why would I choose not to hear things? I wouldn't. And also, I used to be partly deaf when I was a kid, up to the age of 8. I had an operation, but apparently I'm fine, which is good. So, eventually I get called early, which is good. I'm thinking, I get home early. I was wrong. So I get called, so blah, 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 blah. The lady took me to one of the counters, checked my information, all that stuff, and asked me to wait in a waiting area for the actual optician. And then the optician came along. She was lovely, really, really nice. Yeah, she wanted to marry me, and 100%. And they did the test, where they blow the air into your eye. Now, I'm okay with that now. It used to be I used to hate that, but they used to be a lot more pressure on the air than they are now. I'm sure they did. And but it's much more advanced, I guess. And then I went into a different room, so I had a couple of eye taking pictures of my eyes, on back of my eyes and stuff, which I had to pay for, extra on top. And then I went into the actual optician's room, and there was quite a few things done. It turns out I have cataracts in both of my eyes. And I also have a lazy eye. With my left eye is lazy. Now, I thought it was the whole of my body, but no, it's just my left eye. But it's not in a way that some people have it. So people don't think I've got two eyes pointing in different directions, which is often thought of as like a lazy eye. But what it is they're not looking at the same thing. Slightly off. Which I knew, I was told I had a lazy eye when I was 15 by the opticians, and they gave me a patch to wear as well as glasses all the time. Stopped wearing the glasses all the time after being made fun of at school, I stopped wearing a patch when I was outside the house, and I just wore it when I did my exercises and when I was indoors. And I had to do these exercises with my left eye and a pencil and just focus on it moving from right to left and all that stuff. And I thought it was done because I thought if I had a lazy eye, someone would tell me. Like, they'd be making fun of me, like, who are you looking at? You talking to me or them? That kind of silly stuff. But it's not that kind of lazy eye. I honestly, I didn't know about this, what they meant. I actually thought that's what they meant when they said I had a lazy eye. That's why I kind of took it seriously when I was 15, because I thought, why has no one mentioned it? Anyway, it turns out it's not that kind of lazy eye. It is. Well, how she found it out was when I was just looking through my left eye, reading the letters. The letters were disappearing and moving around. Like the left-hand side, the letters were disappearing at the bottom, and when I moved to the right-hand side, the last two letters were literally touching each other, just like they were making love, as like L and K. I should have said F and K, shouldn't I? But nah, I'm not rude like that. And I said to her, this is weird, this is freaking me out. And she said, if you need to take a time out, you need to, I said, no, not like that. Because she knew about the bipolar and stuff like that. And I was like, she's really sensitive, it was nice, really caring. I said, no, it's not anxiously, just, I've never had this before. And she said, well, generally, your right eye will compensate for what your left eye is not doing. And because you never read with your left eye, do you? I said, no. So therefore, and I said, is that why I have to reread stuff? And she said, yeah, because you're not always reading things correctly. So you have to go back and reread it. Not all the time, but have to go back and reread something. And I said, it's like dyslexia in one eye. She said, no. She said, it's okay, in a sense of the letters are moving around on the screen, or on the page maybe, for your left eye, but it's not that. It's minimal, but enough to cause problems, you know. But it shouldn't happen anymore, because now I've got the new lenses. Well, I will have the new lenses that will correct that in my left eye. And they didn't seem to pick it up in any previous optician exams. She was so thorough. I don't know how she picked it up, but maybe it's to do with age and cataracts. Maybe she looked a bit more deeper into my eyes to sort of see what was going on for health-wise, and decided to test me on that. I don't know. Or maybe she just didn't know who I was looking at. Maybe that's what it was. And she basically, with the cataracts, the good thing, because I've got hereditary, well, it is hereditary in my family, macular, whatever, behind the eye thing. My nan had it and my dad has it. I don't have it. No sign of it. I thought I did, but I don't. So that's good. But it's the cataracts. That's probably why my vision's gone down quite a lot over the last few years. And she said it's early stages with the cataracts. So I should have hopefully have a good 10 years before I need to have them replaced. Which is, 10 years isn't a lot, is it? But still, wow. I just felt so old. I said, I feel so old. She said, you are old. I said, what? Also to the lady I was looking at the glasses, afterwards. I said, I thought cataracts only start developing in old people. She said, yes, it's true. It's like, no one's making me feel good here. Can you make me feel better, please? And she said, no, you're not a baby. Wow. So, yeah, there's going to keep an eye on my eyes, and I've got actor lights, anti-glare, actor lights again, so I need to probably get myself some sunglasses with a prescription as well for the summer. Although the shades go darker, it's not the same as sunglasses, you know what I mean, but it's still like, they do go dark, but not like proper brown like you get with sunglasses. So that's one of the things I need to focus on, is to be careful about sunlight with my eyes, to keep them sort of shaded from too much sunlight. But I did point out, because of my skin, I have to keep out the sunlight anyway, because I burn. So I don't generally, I do go out obviously with Vinny, taking him out, but I don't spend out long periods of time out in the sun. I don't sunbathe. My sunbathing days, they never even started, to be honest. That's not true. I used to sunbathe when I was a kid. It's ridiculous, because I always burnt. What was the point? I just wanted to be part of the gang. You go on a beach and there's everyone sunbathing except you. I want to be like everyone else, like a sausage on a grill, except I was the only sausage burning and smoke coming out. So far so good, really. I mean, not as far as the cataracts go, but she was lovely, and she kind of very clearly explained everything to me, so that was good. Then the lady who was looking after my glasses, to order the glasses, this is when it became complicated. And I had these 2 vouchers that I could use as a discount, but I needed 3 pairs of glasses, one for reading. I say needed, I could have got bifocals like I got now. bifocal, whatever it is. I didn't want them. I want separate pairs to read, separate pairs to use the screen, because I end up using the wrong part of the lenses to read and stuff. So it's costing me more. But all the lenses I've chosen are cheap. I haven't chosen any expensive lenses. Not lenses, glasses. But I also do have to pay for the lenses as well. So I got a discount, and I found she kept telling me different prices and what this would be, and I got so confused. And I don't know, I kind of felt like she was trying to trying to get me to spend more money, or she might be trying to get me to spend less money. I'm not sure, but whatever it was, I was getting confused, and I was getting very frustrated with the whole thing, and I think she was getting frustrated. It wasn't an enjoyable experience for either of us, because there's too many pairs of glasses to choose from. Three pairs of glasses, and I had to have them different colours, because otherwise I'm going to get muddled up. And in the end, we did. I found them, and we went over to her desk. It took so long that she had to go and see another customer while she was waiting for me to choose. I'm not good at choosing things. Not always been the easiest thing. I'll be honest. My whole life, I've too much choice. It stifles me. I mean, even now, sometimes I go onto Netflix, and I'll be on there a while, and I realise I've not watched anything. I'm just looking at stuff, and I've spent like half an hour and I've not watched a single thing. I've just been looking through the directory of stuff. The same thing with Blockbusters, or with all video shops. In the past, I used to spend hours when I was a kid looking through the video, looking for every single video, until I found one or two or three that I wanted, and sometimes in there for hours. The same with bookshops, the same with like music stores. You could never decide. Same with menus. What I do now is, there are two things I do. If I go into, I don't go out eating much, but sometimes there's a local place that my dad might meet me up in. I don't know if he's going to meet me anymore, because I said a naughty word last time we spoke on the phone, and I don't know if he's going to speak to me again. But when we meet there, one of two things I do. Either I copy what he's having, or I just have a very basic thing that I like. If he has something that I don't want to eat, that I don't like, then I won't eat that. But otherwise, I'll just copy what everyone else has. It's easier. Because if I have something different, chances are I'm going to want what they're having. And not everybody is up for swapping. You know? It's... I remember my stepmom saying, she said, I can't swap with you, I'm a vegetarian. And I said, go on. I really fancy that pasta, whatever it is. She said, it's a lasagna. I said, okay. That vegetarian lasagna, yes, vegetarian. I fancy that now. I don't want this burger. She's very, I don't know, I think sometimes she can be a little bit inconsiderate, to be honest. Anyway, it went on forever, and then this lady was working out all the costs, and it came to £182 or something that I'm going to have to pay out. And I said to her, okay, great, if you can order them and I can come and collect them and pay for them on the day in a few weeks or whatever. And she said, no. I said, what? She said, no. I said, that's always been the way. I'm sure it has. I've ordered, I've paid. I mean, I've been a customer with them for a long time, like 20 odd years. So, 17 years since I've lived here, but I was with the same company before I moved here, like to this town. So I've been 17 years, 19 years. So I've been with that for 19 years in this town, never mind the previous towns. And she said, no. I said, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I ordered them and they came back and I paid for them. And I said, this is something that I'm going to need. It's not like I'm ordering something completely pointless. This is something that is super important to me. No. Okay. I said, well, how can I do it? She said, well, you can pay for it. I said, well, I think you probably give the impression that I can't pay for it because I don't have the money. I've got £6 in my bank. And she said, well, that's not going to be enough. That was the wrong thing to say. It really was. I said, thanks. But I thought, no, I thought I had £8 in the bank, but I had £6. Anyway, she said, well, we're going to have to just put it on hold and suspend the order. I said, well, I'll phone up. When I got the money together, I'll phone up and pay over the phone, and then you can get it delivered to there and I'll come and collect them. She said, no. I said, what? She said, no, you're going to have to come in and pay for them. Because we've got vouchers that we can't activate over the phone. I don't understand what that's about, but you can't activate the vouchers over the phone. So I'm going to have to go in, pay for them, and then go back 1 or 2 weeks later to collect them. So that's 3 journeys just to get some glasses, including the eye test. I mean, yeah, I expected 2 journeys. And this is me who, the last time, I think I've been in town twice, probably in about 5 years, 4 years. So yeah, it's not something I do regularly, going out to town. And I was kind of pleased with myself that I chose to do it and to get out and, sort of make an effort to sort of break the cycle, I suppose. But this is starting to annoy me a little bit. It's like, oh, come on. Can't you be a little bit flexible? She said, what, you mean like that bloke that did the splits? I said, no, I don't mean physically flexible. Besides, I mean, he couldn't get up again, could he? She said, no. Was that a real story? I said, what? She said, were you just making it up? I said, oh, who knows? I lose track of what I'm making up and what's real, what's not real. It's all kind of blends into the same kind of pile of poo, really. She said, at least you didn't use the word shit, because, not everyone likes that word. I said, I know. And she said, no, you can't do anything, you're going to have to come back. I said, is there no way around this? And she said, what do you mean? What? You want to tickle me? I said, no, I don't want to tickle. What do you mean, do I want to tickle you? She said, I thought you might be going to come out with something silly like that. That's what you normally come out with on these podcasts. And I said, no, I'm not into, that's inappropriate, and I would never, no, that's not me. I'm actually a decent person if you just get to know me a little bit. She said, I know enough. Wow, I really was surprised at that. Anyway, I said, is there anything else she can do? She said, I can do lots of things. I said, no, I'm talking about regarding the glasses. Is there any other way of financing it? And she said, well, we don't give credit, but I said, well, credit would be nice, because I left my house and I've come to town for the first time in a long time, and it's took a lot to get out to come here, and, you know, a bit of credit would be nice. And she said, not that kind of credit, we're talking about financial credit. I said, okay. I said, I don't really want credit anyway, because I don't want to get in debt. But she said, well, you can potentially pay with Klarna. She said, do you know what Klarna is? I said, yeah, I do. Have you ever used Klarna before? I said, why are you saying Klarna like that? She said, because that's what it's called. I said, no, it's not. It's called Klarna. And then I realised she was saying it correctly, really, wasn't she? I guess I was just a bit frustrated, and I wanted to kind of pull her up on something, because she'd been pulling me up on, not pulling me off, pulling me up on stuff. Like, I wanted to just, but I couldn't, because she was saying it perfectly. She did everything correctly. I think I'd been there too long, you know? Just too long. So I said, well, I used to be with Klarna. I bought stuff on them. In fact, I'm pretty sure I got my television with Klarna at about 2019 time. And what you do is you just pay it. You buy it. I've got a few things on Amazon, I think, with that as well, in the past, where you just like pay 3 payments. It just makes it a little bit easier, you know. And I said, okay, let's try Klarna. She said, okay, then go ahead. I said, what do you mean go ahead? She was waiting for me to do something. She said, I said, well, do you want to do it? You know, I'm waiting for her to sort of tap her computer screen. She said, no, it's something you have to do. I said, what do I have to do? She said, you have to use Klarna. I said, I'm confused now. She said, well, if you get your phone out, and I said, yeah, and just open the Klarna up. I said, I haven't got it on my phone. She said, well, you need to download it. And I said, well, I can't, because she said, why not? I said, because first of all, the data on my phone is not working in here. I don't know why. There's no reason for it, but the data on my phone, the normal internet, which normally works wherever I go, generally, is 0 here. I couldn't even open up anything. And she said, well, why don't you log into our internet? I said, okay. So I did, and I was getting nothing with that. Nothing was coming up. And then I tried again. This time it seemed to come up something. So I started to download the app, and it was moving about 1% every few minutes. It's really slow, really slowly, like super duper slowly. And I said, look, I'm going to have to take this outside and try and download it with my data. So she said, okay. She said, go outside and try and do it there. And then I tried to download it. At this point, she's gone. She's left because she's suspended everything. She said, well, you know, come back in if you are able to download the app and, you know, log in. So I said, okay, fair enough. So I'm standing outside the store for what seems forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Eventually it downloads. It takes a long time. It downloads. And then I have to figure a way of logging in, because I've not logged into it for years, literally. But it allowed me to log in on about the 4th attempt. Kept logging me out, and the 4th attempt it let me log in. And then then I go inside and say I'm in, and then it wasn't working. And they got someone to say, oh, you're only good with Klarna. I don't know how to do Klarna. You're any good with setting up a payment with Klarna? I don't know. And then they said, well, get someone that does know, and it was a lady. And then they take me to another desk. There's a man and a lady. A man who doesn't know the first thing about Klarna, and the lady that does. They don't have my details on the system because the lady who I was dealing with went to lunch. I mean, I think she missed her lunch by about an hour because of me. So, but then she went to lunch. They found me on the system, so they did find my details and how much I had to pay. £182, £181 something. And I had to, once I got into the shop, my internet wasn't working anymore. So I logged back on to their internet. This time it worked. And it allowed me to put in the amount. And so I put in the amount, and then I clicked go. And then it came 3 payments. One was today. And I said, what's this? They said, yeah, you got to pay a third today. And then you pay the other 2 payments over the next 2 months. I said, no. He said, yes. I said, no, this isn't how it's supposed to be working. He said, but that is how it works. I said, I don't think it used to be like that with Klarna. I might be wrong. You know, I realise I was wrong once, a couple of weeks ago for the first time in my life, and I realised that maybe there's a chance I could be wrong again. Unlikely, but you never know. And he said, why are you telling me that? I said, I don't know. I'm just getting confused now. And I said, are you sure that I really have to pay a deposit? He said, yep. It's the only way we do it. And I said, well, I've already mentioned that I had £6 in the bank to the other person, so why were they encouraging me to pay by Klarna? He said, I don't know. She's at lunch. And I was like, I said, that's it. All right, bye everyone. And I just put my phone, switched my phone off. And I said, when I got the money, I'll just come in and pay it for the you know. And I said, see ya. And I just left. When I left, I realised that I hadn't eaten for hours and hours and hours, and I hadn't been to the toilet for hours and hours and hours. And I thought, there's nowhere to go, but I've got a big journey to get home now. So I go down to the bus stop, or the bus station. It's not really a bus station, it's just a road where buses stop. And I managed to find a bus that's taking me part of the way. And then behind me, there's another bus that's going to take me further up, but not all the way. So luckily, the bus that's taking me half the way there overtakes the bus that's going to take me 3/4 of the way there. Or maybe more actually, but it takes me, you know, it's still like a 20-minute, 25-minute walk. But anyway, I get off that and jump onto the next bus, get off there, and I walk the rest of the way. My feet were tired because I was wearing boots. I did have a sausage roll on the bus, but I was being very careful with the amount of liquid I was exhaling, enjoying, because I did have a bottle of water, but I knew that I had to be careful because there was nowhere to go to the toilet. So I literally went like 7 hours without going to the toilet, doing a wee-wee or anything. And then, but I did have one sausage roll, and I also had a biscuit or a cookie thing and some water. And then I walked the rest of the way to where I live. So that's another 25 minutes. And I was so tired. So very, very tired. When I got back, I went and got Vinny, and I just sat down and I was like, I'm knackered. Really, really tired. Brought him back. So I got home, I sat down, I took my boots off, took all my clothes off and just changed into my regular sitting around clothes. And I think I was in bed by 9, 8:30 or 9. And that was it for me for the day. I was done. Really. It was it's a very long day. A very long day. And I was just happy to get back, really. But yeah, that was my Monday. So I've got an appointment to go back to the dentist in 2 weeks' time. And then I will go back to the opticians when I got the money to pay for the lenses, or for the glasses, all 3 pairs. And then I'll have to make an appointment. Apparently I don't have to make an appointment to pay for them. They're happy for me just to turn up to do that. That's weird, isn't it? But then, in order to collect them, I need to sort of make an appointment once they're there. So if they let me know they're there the following Friday, then I guess I'll have to make an appointment for the week after, maybe Monday or Tuesday or whatever. But whatever happens, I'll be wearing new glasses. And the thing is, none of the glasses look rubbish anymore. There was a time, like when I was young, that they used to have like NHS or National Health Service glasses that were really unfashionable. If anything, they're more fashionable now than some of the others, like the black frame. They're okay, actually. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. That's the whole story. And then when I get home and my friend Vinny's mum's telling me what a weird day she's had, and then she phones me again about 8 o'clock. It's like, wow, strange day for everyone. Well, not everyone, but us 2 or 3, including our son. I feel the only one that had a really good time was Vinny. He loves spending time over there. Now my voice is getting a bit croaky, so I'm going to go. Thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you deserve to be happy, and be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Drip in out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, The muscles in the front of your body are also feeling peaceful. Deeply there's a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice Notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting, mind just wandering away, to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go even more. Peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely, moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back, the top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan softly and slowly up and down your back as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser. The muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. As you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels fingertips. Moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine in a way it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Twenty. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. Seven, 6. 4. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. 3. Two. 1. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like Well, you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. And of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process. Something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go, completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1, and you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we do, what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax,
it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so deeply. let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mixed together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing and observing the back of your neck. Feeling that energy in the back of your neck. Observing your ankles. Being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. now your toes on both of your feet. Being aware of how your toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session, so none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head. Not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face. Just so you can feel my hands. So you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with. Just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good. It's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards. So massaging your back, but the outsides of your back. The parts where your arms would maybe rest against. almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want, moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again, being very gentle yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the, two fingers and just go either side of the spine and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is, massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. Massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm going to go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers digging deep to your ankles, and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. And moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle and to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, just going to start again at your neck area, in your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then I move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them, and I can do this two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees, sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly, moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot, the top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes, massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening sounds where you are. You'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say, and then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. Candle 90. 89. Candle 88. Candle 87. Candle 86. Candle 85. Candle 82. 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. Candle 72. Candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. Candle 69. Candle 68. Candle 67. Candle 65. Candle 64. Candle 64. candle 63, candle 62, candle 61, candle 60, candle 59, candle 58, candle 57, candle 56, candle 55, candle 54, candle 53, candle 52, 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. Candle 45. 42. Candle 41. Candle 40. Candle 39. Candle 38. Candle 37. 29. Candle 28. Candle 27. Candle 26. Candle 25. Candle 24. candle 22. candle. 10. candle. One. Let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless. goes through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment, this moment of deep relaxation and calmness, filling your brain with deep, concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light and so healthy. And that sense of deep, deep comfort really does allow you to enjoy those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything so peaceful and calm, so relaxed with every second that passes. You feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, so very peaceful, from your head down to your toes, such peace and comfort growing all do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, opening and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel, with very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs. And I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment, and just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower abdomen. As we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists, perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently and slowly. Very gentle and slow. As we now start to observe your lower back, that back part just above your hips, where your coccyx are, that whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips, and if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area, chest because it moves every time you breathe. And it moves very gently and slowly, automatically, with each breath you take. As you focus on how your chest feels when you breathe. Moving your focus to your forearms and your elbows. Maybe you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly observing your forearms and elbows. Now you can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice that usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement to your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm. I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins, the bones. Just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling. Maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. the left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. Of course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips, and also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, there's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relax, it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect relaxation, to feel your body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like in an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue to relax. Drifting. So slow. And peaceful. So relaxed. And peaceful. And focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. And as you focus on your mind, I'm going to count down from 10 down to 1. And with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed. Just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small like a gap that starts to get wider, the gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now, feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head, sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing as it moves down to 2. When you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. And that feeling is spread through system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1, the feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 that's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. 9. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now open your eyes, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing the whole of your stomach, from your navel to just above your chest, or below your chest rather. So surrounding your belly button area, that whole area, you can feel the tension of your body, whatever's left, just releasing from that area. And you may notice that your stomach will become very relaxed as I count down from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, eyes again if you choose, or you can just keep them closed because it feels relaxing. Just notice how your stomach feels. And notice as you focus, just do a little scan of your body. Just notice how your body feels. Focus in on your upper body, your back, chest, stomach, legs, arms, hands, feet. Just noticing. And you may start to feel more of a sense of tiredness, which may be the reason you're listening to this recording, because you would like to let go completely of everything and drift off into a nice, natural, calm, relaxing sleep. So now we're going to focus on your forehead. And if you choose, you can incorporate your eyes in this focus as well. So your forehead and your eyes. Just that whole area, basically. Almost as if you were wearing a mask, like a, I don't know, Batman mask or something. Or, I'm trying to, Zorro or something. The kind of mask that covers your eyes, but also covers quite a lot of the forehead. And focusing on that area, because that's the area that we're now going to release tension and stress from your mind, from your brain and from your mind, and any tension that you may have remaining in your face, in your neck, in your jaw, in your eyes, your forehead, or your scalp. So basically any tension within your head area, including your mind and your brain. And that's going to be released through your forehead and your eyes. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, just in your head and neck and mind, also the rest of your body. Just notice how loose and calm you feel, and how easily it is to just let go completely. Let go completely. How easily. So what we're going to do now is I want you to focus on the top of your head. And we're going to allow every last piece of tension or stress that might be lingering or hiding in your body or mind or head to just be sucked out at the top of your head and released into the air, almost sucked out into the clouds. Imagine a big cloud above your head, almost like a whirlpool, and it's just going to suck that tension out of the top of your head and just take it away for good. As you focus, imagine an opening in the top of your head where that tension and stress and any remaining issues, maybe worries or concerns that are of no use to you now, can all be sucked out of the top of your head and taken away. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe, noticing how you feel, how relaxed and calm you physically and mentally feel right feels so nice to just let go, to give yourself some space to breathe easily, to think calmly, and just to take a break from all that pointless worry and concerns about things that you don't need to think about right now, because this is your time to let go. This is your space to enjoy feeling deeply relaxed, peaceful in your mind, relaxed in your body. It can feel so good, so nice to just not have to do anything, to be able to really enjoy that serenity that comes with letting go completely, that peacefulness that comes with being in this peaceful space. And you can keep this sense of calmness for as long as you choose. If you choose to drift off into a deep, healing, natural sleep, then you can do that. It's completely up to you. And you can keep this feeling of calmness physically and in your mind for as long as you choose to feel completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And I'd like you to make up your mind that you're going to relax. And I want to explore that with you, what it feels like when you actually decide that you're going to relax. Not forcing yourself, but giving yourself that. I guess it is a command, really, isn't it? When you're telling yourself, relax. In a gentle but firm way that only you can really tell yourself in that way. You can't really have someone else saying to you, now relax, relax, you know. It needs to be gentle, but someone else can't really have the same kind of influence or power that you have over your own physicality, over how you feel. Because when you say it to yourself, it means more. It's personal, and your brain and your unconscious mind and your body listens to what you say. So, for example, we'll test it out. We'll do a little test, a few little tests along the way, and you can get more of an idea of the force, the positive force that you can have in creating a sense of comfort and relaxation in your body and your mind quite quickly, just by you telling yourself to to start by, let's focus on your hands. So focus on your hands and just tell your hands to relax. So just say relax as you focus on your hands. You could say, my hands are relaxed, or I want my hands to relax. But I think if you actually do it directly, by focusing and imagining that your hands can hear what you're saying, like they've got little ears, which is a bit weird. So talking to your hands and just say, relax. Noticing how your hands start to relax. Now focus on your eyes and tell your eyes to relax. So you're just saying the same word, relax. And find the right tone for you. I might say relax, but you might say relax or relax. You might say it differently to yourself, and that's important for you to gauge what feels right for you. So just tell your eyes to relax whilst focusing on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows, and just tell your eyes directly, relax now. Now I just did that myself, and sometimes you may feel that you need a bit more time for the different parts to relax, because I start talking again and maybe that part hasn't relaxed fully. But what will happen is it will just continue to relax even though I'm talking. And that's happening with my eyes. Something else I noticed is when I started focusing on my eyes, they actually almost they got worse before they got better in a way. Sort of I felt a degree of tension growing in my eyes and then disappearing. So I think what that was really was just me becoming more aware of the tension that was already there, that I wasn't focused on it before. So I wasn't really acknowledging it or really conscious to those feelings. Yeah, my eyes are still continuing to relax, as well as my hands actually. My hands have got a certain kind of energy, like not buzzing, but I can kind of feel a degree of energy in my hands. Maybe that's where the tension's being released. Maybe that's causing that. The next part, I think we should focus on the back of the neck. That's a part which quite often, well for me, holds tension. I don't know about for yourself, but I think it's quite a standard place where tension is sometimes held. So, and I'm doing exactly what you're doing as you do it as well. So I'm telling my body parts to relax as well. So if you tell your neck, the back of your neck, focus on the back of your neck and just say, relax, in your own words, in your own tone, in your own voice. You can say out loud or you can just say it to yourself internally. But you're focusing and you're saying it literally to the back of your neck, as if the back of your neck can actually hear what you're saying. So do that now. Just say relax to the back of your neck, and I'll do the same. Now what I noticed, and you may have had a similar thing, is even though I was focusing on the back of my neck, other parts started to, I don't know, show themselves to me, or maybe because they want to be relaxed as well, but I started noticing the feelings in my shoulders, the tension in my shoulders and in my upper back. Whether that was because my back of my neck was saying, well, I'm pretty much okay. It's the other parts that need attention. But my back of my neck is still relaxing. But I just became more aware of other parts that needed attention. Now this might happen, and it doesn't mean that it's going wrong. It just means you're being notified of more places that also want to feel relaxed. So I'm going to focus on my upper back. So you can do the same. Even if you don't have any feelings of tension that are obvious in your upper back, if you just focus on your back and the whole area from your shoulder blades down to the middle of your back, down your spine. And with me, it's more the shoulder blades that are more, that's the parts that are really sort of giving me the nod that it needs relaxing. So I'm just going to ask that part to relax. And you can do the same now. Relax your upper back. Something strange happened there, and this often happens. I've been doing this for 16 years or something, and often, I don't know why I'm surprised, but amazed really, that there can be a feeling. So when I was focusing on the back of my neck, my upper back was starting to feel quite stressed and in need of attention. As soon as I started talking to you about my upper back and talking about, getting ready to ask the upper back to relax, my upper back already started to relax. It's almost as if it doesn't need to